We live on LagSpike as well?
I believe so.
Yeah, we're live. Looking good, looking good. Hello folks, everyone. Whether you're watching the channel right now or whether you're watching it back over on recordings, welcome to Xplosion. This is your weekly news, reviews and discussions which will take place on the MMO Roundtable later on the show. Myself, I am the Mosh. I am joined tonight by Nebraska Dave. Hello Dave.
Soon you will join the dark side.
And tonight I'm joined by two other guests. Last week we had one, but two tonight. I'm joined tonight by Cosmic Relic. Hello Justin.
Yo, yo, yo.
And I'm also joined tonight by Solar Wolf. Do you want me to call you Solar or Wolfie? I'll just call you Solar Wolf.
Solar Wolf is fun.
That'll be good. Keep it simple. So yeah, basically this is Xplosion, guys. We bring you everything that everything in the MMO world, any news, anything that is worth of bringing up. We will dissect it and go through it. Myself and Dave, we are members of Blacklisted, which is an MMO gaming community which is going to be playing, or say is playing right now, the Old Republic, and the Secret World, which will be coming up about 4 to 5 months time. You can find what the Blacklisted is by going to, Dave, give the address.
Sure, it's blacklistedgaming.org or the-black-market.net/forum.
Yep, you go straight there, guys. You will see what we do, what we're all about. You can chat with us, even if you're not interested in joining. Just come in, post in the public section, say hi. Even if you don't even play games, just come in and say hi. So moving on. The news is up first, guys, as it always is. The first thing to come up is PlanetSide 2. The past, the present and the future. Sony Online Entertainment PlanetSide 2 is shaping up to join the most anticipated list as its development continues. In a new column devoted to PS2, to PlanetSide 2, we begin to taking that look at the past, the present and the future of the game. This is what was said. As many of you know now, be aware that undoubtedly excited about the official announcement of PlanetSide 2 was released not too long ago. The sequel to its notorious predecessor PlanetSide will be boasting a whole new arsenal of surprises for the modern gamer. Due to its age and the era in which it was released, however, many gamers who have become more active in the MMO FPS world may not have had the chance to partake with the original title. In fact, there's a good chance that if you're listening to this broadcast now, right, guys, probably none of you have probably heard or played PlanetSide 2. So what do you think, guys? PlanetSide 2, looking forward to it? No, FPS?
I am. I actually got to play the first PlanetSide back, when it was still in beta and everything like that before, it actually released. And I mean, it was something really interesting because the world and everything were big and there was a lot to do. So this next one with the updated graphics, engine and all that stuff, and plus whatever fixes and whatever things they might have learned from the first one, to do differently, they're going to be implemented in this one. I think it's going to be pretty beast.
Yep. I did play a whole lot of PlanetSide 2, but I gotta say it was quite fun for what it was. PlanetSide 1, I mean. What about you, Solar and Dave? PlanetSide 2?
Well, I tried PlanetSide 1 and I didn't. I really didn't like it, but then again, I'm really, really horrible at FPSs, so...
Yep. Well, the second one, the second installment for PlanetSide, I think is going to be a good one. Considering it's free to play as well, But
Yeah, that helps with the fact that it's going to be free to play. And the other thing is, the problem I had really with PlanetSide wasn't really the FPS. It was the fact that there just wasn't a lot of players. So hopefully, with it being FPS and such, that would help it move.
yep. So moving on from PlanetSide to EverQuest 2. Basically, the weekend that passed, double week experience weekend, which was actually it began from Thursday the 24th. Is the double XP weekend and Black Friday sales for EverQuest 2. What do you think, guys? From the 24th to the 27th, it was.
Wow, I'm gonna have to take a look
they're
at that
getting
one.
ready for their whole free-to-play thing that they're going to be doing.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get it all pimped up, ready for it.
Yeah, they are. I've watched a couple of their little, kind of like little podcast things with people inside, the EverQuest team, and they're basically going through steps and everything like that, trying to get all the paid subscribers, who've stayed true to the game for the past, however many years. They're basically giving them, a chance to, get benefits and stuff out of it before it goes free to play, so that way they can get, a lot more out of it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good thing for EverQuest 2, because especially the old boys that remember it. I think they might just go back and have a look. I think it's more of a case for people going back who played it before will probably go back to see it again more than actually the new people checking it out. I think, guys.
Well, in my experience with that game, there has only been 2 games that have caused me to want to throw my monitor out the window, and that was one of them. I have to say this: the graphics and the gameplay and everything are really, honestly, top notch. It's too difficult for a solo player like I am. A lot of times, you have to grip in that game. You have really no choice, even to go from place to place in that game. You have to grip up, and that's where that game kind of died in my mind and a lot of my friends' mind. It was just too difficult for a solo player. It was not meant for a solo play, and that's I play a lot of solo, so I can't say I will go back, but it came out at the same time as World of Warcraft. They are within a week of one another. They came out, and I thought initially it was the better game out of the 2, but like I said, the difficulty made everybody go to World of Warcraft, in my opinion.
Yep, I think that was it. It was a good game for what it was, but I think it was just one of those games that didn't quite peak. I think because World of Warcraft came out with what it did, and funny enough, World of Warcraft, we mentioned it. Moving on, more World of Warcraft. They've released for World of Warcraft Mists of Pandaria Talent Calculator. It debuts, guys. The World of Warcraft community site has been updated with a new talent calculator that will allow players to preview various builds once Mists of Pandaria debuts. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, I've played around with that a little bit. I think just recently they added in the monk and stuff onto it, but I don't think you can actually look at the monk stuff yet. But I have gone through, I've looked through the hunter stuff, I've looked through the mage, the paladin, and the warrior stuff. And I mean, it's really different. I think it's gonna have to be one of the things to see, if it works well or not when the game releases.
Yep.
To me, I think that it's going to be more cookie cutter. Honestly, they're just trying to make the game easier for everybody to play it at a steady pace, and unfortunately, that's kind of the most popular thing right now.
Yeah. I don't think you could ever eradicate it. They keep trying to say, and they keep saying in articles that they want to kind of eradicate the get the builds from WoW. You're not going to happen. It's not going to happen. In fact, people will probably complain if it is out, because they're so used to having a set build which people follow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think any changes to that, people are not going to settle quite well with it.
Yeah, you'll never get rid of cookie cutter. The moment somebody finds something 2% more successful than another thing, people will flock to that build.
Yep.
I mean, that's nothing you can do about that. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, because of their way they released it and the way they were talking about the talent changes that they're doing, the issue that I have is it looks, whether or not this has been planned or not, it looks too much like the fact that, while other games are using using the talent tree idea and are doing it better, and so now we've got to completely change it and get rid of it to this new system that's not been tested for 7 years and has become an industry standard just because we have to be different. That's what it comes across.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of a little bit, preempted a little bit, and I think it might be a bit too early. I don't know when they're actually planning on bringing Mr. Pandera out, but the talent calculator, I think, might be revealing what the new talent is a bit too early. Kind of, I wouldn't say like spoiling the party, but I think it's kind of like, moving on when we get to the next part of this. I think is adding to the downfall of World of Warcraft in general, because it's adding to people's doubts to what's there. And if people don't see what they like there, it's going to add to that, and they're going to move over to the next MMO that's probably coming out, which is coming out in a month's time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it really spoiled the thing, because I mean, the way they have it set up, the through talent calculator, it's really not adding any new abilities. It's mainly just kind of buffing some stuff that you already have. I mean, most of the stuff on there is like stuff that you have now, pretty much. So I don't know, like, I know one of them, like for hunters, like their first little like set that you get to choose out of in the first tier or whatever, is for your arrows. Like you have, I believe there's a poison, there's a slow, and I believe there's like a freezing one, or I don't know. It basically just affects like your arrows for the hunter and stuff. So
yeah. And what do you think, Dave? So you reckon that a bit too early for them to actually bring out some of the ideas or whatever what they're doing for Mr. Pandera on the talent side?
I think they have to do this because they have to bring it out because people are starting to get a little antsy. So they're
kind of getting in there before they leave.
Yeah, so I think this is more to calm fears than anything else.
I think it might be a case of when the calm before the storm, in a sense. They try to bring it in, calm it down, but in fact there's a storm to come. Which, funny enough, mention a storm. World of Warcraft, yet once again, Activision Blizzard stock downgraded on declining WoW subs. Lazard Capital Markets have downgraded Activision Blizzard stock from buy to neutral. In light of World of Warcraft's declining subscription numbers, Lazard analysis Atul Bagar does not believe Activision Blizzard can stop the hemorrhaging of World of Warcraft subscribers numbers due to age and increased competition in the space. The downgrade was mainly motivated by data coming out of recent surveys of the 381 online gamers conducted by Lazard Capital Markets along with Peanut Labs. The survey results have Lazard's Capital projecting a potential 900,000 to 1.6 million player drop due to the imminent launch of Star Wars The Old Republic. Funny enough. Alone 50% of those who were actively subscribed to World of Warcraft during the time of the survey stated they would be purchasing The Old Republic, while 38% said that they may pick up the title. But Bagar wasn't entirely pessimistic. However, nothing that half of former WoW subscribers polled during the survey stated that they may return to World of Warcraft if Blizzard put a special promotion, and that 33% of former subscribers would return to the game with the launch of Mr. Pandora at the next World of Warcraft expansion. What do you think, guys? From that article that stock downgrade and the declining WoW subs in light of your Republic.
Well, I think it's 100% true that people are going to actually drop WoW to go to Star Wars, the Old Republic. Because, to tell you the truth, some people just are entirely too bored. They want something new. They want some interaction. Some people want to roleplay. Some people just want a good story.
Yeah, I think pretty much the only people you're really going to see staying behind for, you know, when Star Wars comes out, the only people you're going to see, you know, behind on WoW are going to be the avid fans who enjoy doing the same shit, you know, pretty much all the time. I mean, you know, me, like, I'm getting tired of it. I'm looking for something new, so I'm probably, you know, I'm most likely going to be getting Star Wars, which, you know, anyone who's heard me over the past, like, month and a half.
Leave that for the round table. Leave that for the round table. Yeah, basically, guys, you know, from my perception, I think it's a case of time getting to World of Warcraft. I think it's because it was coming to the 7th anniversary now. 7 years, you can't believe how long that game's going to be going for. I don't think the game's going to die. I think it's a case of time eating away at World of Warcraft, because there's not much they can do with it. You know, they can't change a whole lot. They can't change. Right, they changed the geography of Azeroth in Kata, but they can't change the world entirely. You know, by engine, for example, to try and bring a new game style in. So in that sense, you know, time is kind of, you know, getting to it. I think people are just sick and tired of playing the same thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even really think that it's, in my opinion, like, for me, it's not really the gameplay that bugs me. It's, like, mainly looking at the same shit all day. Like, if they upgraded their graphics engine and shit, that would be good enough to at least, you know, hold a little bit of my interest for at least, like, another year or something. But, I mean, the fact that they really haven't changed shit, like, they made some minor tweaks for Cataclysm, that's not good enough, you know? Like, people who have been playing it for, like, 5, 6 or 7 years or whatever, we're tired of seeing the same stuff, you know? We want some upgraded graphics or whatever at least, so that way we don't have to keep looking at the same drug out, just plain, models and everything.
Yeah, what do you think, Dave? You there, Dave? but anyway, go on.
Here, I'm letting you guys talk. I talk all the time in all the other shows.
No, you give a start at this. What do you think of this article?
Well, okay. Here's the deal. I think it's first off the bat. Yes, exactly. What's exactly going to happen is yes, you're going to lose about 1.5. I think it's actually maybe closer to 2 billion people. You're going to lose them initially. You're going to lose them for probably about 4 or 5 months. Then it's going to really depend on who comes up with the stuff first, because you're not going to place 18 Sith warriors in Star Wars. It's not the way it's designed. You're not going to do that sort of thing. You're going to do one character. You may do all 8 characters like I plan to, but once you get those guys all leveled up and everything, the end game is what's going to have to hold me. World of Warcraft, we know, has probably the deepest end game out there now, but the problem is the people that are on there are all sitting at the very end of that end game and they're waiting for the next thing. So that's where you're ending up, is World of Warcraft right now is on a down cycle just because of that, and people start wandering eyes until the next 4 or 5 dungeons come out, so they can move with their guild forward again. And Star Wars is coming out right at that spot where their people are bored. It's a really bad situation for Activision Blizzard because of that. And Blizzard's going to make up all the losses that they have on World of Warcraft on Diablo 3. I have no doubt in my mind on that.
Mm.
So I think the downgrade of what they did with the downgrade is stupid. I actually have a business degree. I actually went through finance class. I know a lot about upgrade downgrades. That I think they based everything on their downgrade on the one game, not looking forward to the future and knowing that there is a big, huge thing about to hit that will make that game right up. Make all that in Diablo 3.
Yeah, they were too busy looking at what's coming up in the month than actually looking down the line in the year. See, well, the thing is, the Old Republic, is going to be something that lasts for 3 months. But whether they're going to have the stuff there to keep people playing is yet to be seen.
Yeah, and the thing will be, right now Secret World is sitting in April as their target release date. Well, you know how that always can creep later and later and later. If it creeps later, which I have an expectation that it will, just because it always seems to.
I think it might.
Twice. I really think that it's that gap where if this, because we really don't have a release date on Mist of Pandaria yet either. That will bring some people back with the Mist of Pandaria, but then, like I said, you got the Diablo 3 release right in the middle of all that too. So I think they're overestimating the loss that they're going to get in the long run. Short term, yes. Long term, no. But those buy-sell ratings are only within a month time frame. So that's why it went down to neutral. I think after a month or two of Star Wars, that rating will move back to the buy.
Yep. I think it will. And, to me as well, seeing 900,000 to 1.6 million player drop that they're expecting, I think that's not bad. I think that's not disaster for Blizzard. I don't think it's disaster for WoW, because they're always boasting 10, 12 million players. So what is an extra drop in a million for them? You know what I mean? They still got 900. We got 9 million players still in the game. Probably half of them are Chinese gold farmers, but they still got a healthy player base, more than anybody else out there.
Yeah, they might
So
be gold farmers. They're still paying money for the subscription.
they're paying the subs, so they're still up there. They're still the kings of the mountain at the moment, in a sense of money wise.
Yeah, they did a really good job with that annual pass thing. They really gripped some players into that, because I think that was a great trump card for Blizzard, to pay a full year any way you like, but you get Diablo 3 free.
I know, that's the only thing
and
that's
you get
keeping me from breaking my monitor for signing up for that thing. It's like,
you get your horse in WoW, and at the same time you get the Mist of Pandaria beta access. So it's not a bad deal.
Another thing to kind of keep in mind though about like bringing people back with Mist of Pandaria and stuff like that, is they still haven't dropped 4.3 yet.
That's Deathwing, isn't it? Is that Deathwing?
Yeah, that's the Deathwing raid and the Dark Moon Fair and all that. And I mean, when that drops, the hardcore raiders who love getting together with their groups and doing raids and stuff, I mean, they're gonna go back in for a little while and do that. So I mean, that's gonna entertain some of the people. It's gonna bring a couple, small group of people back for a little bit. But anyone who's played the PTR and just seen I don't know how the rating is gonna do. But I mean, as far as the Dark Moon Fair and all the other smaller stuff, I don't think it's going to entertain people long enough. I mean,
No, I don't think
especially
so.
with the gap they're going to have between, 4.3 and Diablo, that's not even considering the gap between, 4.3 and, Mist of Pandaria. There's a lot of dead space there where people are just going to get bored with the game.
And see, that's when that space, that gap in between Star Wars and 4.3,
Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
that's what's gonna break it.
I agree with when Dave was saying, is that Diablo is going to bring it back up. There's a lot of old Diablo fans that remember, there's a lot of people
I can't
who,
wait.
who
I can't wait for
I'm going to play it as well, I enjoyed the old Diablo 1 and 2, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to have a huge player base just with Diablo. And that, I think for Blizzard, I think they kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit by actually downgrading it, and actually being a little bit too short-sighted.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm telling you that the smartest thing they did was to keep subscribers, just come out with that annual pass.
Yeah.
Because at least they got subs getting paid for.
Yep, so moving on. Firefall, a class balance video diary has been released. Red 5 Studios has released a brand new video featuring Firefall lead class designer Dave Williams talking about the intricacies involved in balancing battle frames for both PvE and PvP. The video features a lot of great in-game footage as well, so go and check it out, guys. What do you think? Firefall class balance video. I don't know if anybody's seen it.
I have not.
No, I haven't. Been distracted by
A certain other game.
MMO stuff that's like, oh my god.
Well, I seen it. For me, class balancing in any MMO is hard. I don't think it's possible. Because you're always going to have somebody complaining about this other person having an ability which they can't beat. So then they're going to go hit the forums, go to the suggestions area or something like that, complain about it until the point that the developers battle under all the whining, and then they buff that class until the point that the class that was got buffed is actually owning the other class. So
Yeah.
I think it's kind of one of those situations. The more classes you have in the game, the harder it gets to balance. You think it
Yeah, I
is?
think they're doing. I think they're gonna be doing really good with the balance though, because I don't know if it's that video or if it was a different one that I saw, where the dude was basically saying that their main focus is for balancing is gonna be in PvP. Because that's what they really want, is they want it to be a more PvP oriented game. So they're gonna focus more on balance issues for PvP. And if it's something that needs to be balanced for PvE, then they can do that easily without actually changing the class. They can just change a couple numbers, on the mob. So Firefall is going to be a great game. I think they got the balancing thing kind of figured out, and I think as far as, balancing, with multiple classes and stuff like that, I think they said they're only going to have like 5 battle frames on release. So, they're keeping it a good number, I think.
Yep. Considering it is going to be heavily based on PvP anyway, they can easily own in on the skills, own in on the balances for the PvP. So if there's any changes needed for PvE wise, then they just go straight from the PvP instead of doing it the other way around, which is an hard thing for WoW to do, since WoW is more PvE.
Yeah, the Firefall, I think, can definitely be the challenger to PlanetSide, which we mentioned earlier. But just because it's similar genre and it is going to be PvP oriented more than a PvE situation. But you're right. I mean, class balancing never really works because someone always thinks the grass is greener over on the other tune. So you just
Yeah.
nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, and sometimes some people just don't know how to play a class, so they lose at it, and they die, and they're like, oh man, this is stupid. That guy can kill me. Oh, yeah, he can kill you. He knows what to do.
Yeah.
So you got to put that in perspective too. I mean, you can't just push a button and everybody dies.
Yep. Class balancing is one of those airy features in any MMO that, to me, You know, anybody complains about, oh, this game's not balanced. You know what? Even the King of the Mountain, World of Warcraft, is nowhere near balanced. And, you know, I played that game for a good 5 to 6 years, and I can tell you, all the way from the launch, even up to now, that game is, I would say, World of Warcraft is actually far from balanced than it was in vanilla. And
yeah, dude, it is way more off scale now. Like, you could ask Solar, man. Every time we get on WoW and we do any kind of PvP, I'm bitching about the balance. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, especially for healers, like, and it's bad when you play the OP class, and it's just like, wow, this is really OP.
Yeah, you know, I think that people, you know, they got this big veil over their faces, saying that, you know, if this game's not balanced, I'm not playing it. But the thing is, you guys, you got to realise that there is no, it's fictional to me. There is no balance to a real game because there's always something. There's always something in there that's going to tip the scales for someone. You know what I mean? And I don't think you can ever get the scales actually level properly. So moving on, EVE Online. The Crucible Battlecruiser. EVE Online fan, Flameweave, has created a terrific cinematic. Look at, you know, you can look at the 4 battlecruisers coming in with the Crucible expansion set to deploy in basically this year in late 2011. The ships are the Oracle, the Talos, the Tornado, and the Naga. The video also gives a great look at new trails, at nebulae, and more. So, if anybody's interested in EVE Online, look at, you know, new ships coming in. There's a trailer out there that was created by Flameweave. You can go check it out. What do you think, guys? EVE Online, new ships.
Unfortunately, I do not know anything about this. I will be back in 5 minutes. Okay, guys.
EVE Online, I mean, it's an amazing game. Like, just the way it's set up and everything, you know, the mechanics and everything like that. Like, the world is massive, you know, the ships are awesome, the graphics engine is amazing looking. But the thing is there is such a learning curve for that game. Oh my gosh. There's a lot to learn in that game. Like, you have to spend a lot of time just trying to figure out, you know, how to work everything.
Yep. You know, I played for quite go on, Dave.
No, go ahead.
I was saying that I played for quite a while, and you know, to me, like, what kind of I can understand why people would want the crafting skills where you can have, you know, actually real life time based on it. So basically, you can go to work and come back, find one of your crafting things that your crafting is done. But to me, I'd rather something that is free flowing, kind of, you know, like we get in World of Warcraft, Your Republic now. It's kind of, you're not waiting all day for something to be done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And to me, I didn't mind it. You know, I can understand why it's there because, but at the same time, to me, that EVE Online was something. I think the best came from EVE Online is when you get involved in those corporation battles where you actually corporation versus corporation, and you're taking all those territories. That's where the EVE Online comes alive. You agree?
Well, exactly. To really succeed in EVE requires you to be a part of one of the corporations and to go from, and that corporation needs to be affiliated with one of the larger 2 or 3 groups
Goons.
that are out there. Yeah, and then, yeah, well, yeah, the, you know, if you really go into that, yeah, the goon squads. But the situation there, the game to me was too, I don't know. I mean, it was alright. I mean, but back in the old days, and I mean old, as in prior to MMOs days, there were a lot of these text-based games that were like trader games where you did a lot of trading back and forth, and you had ship combat and stuff like that, but it's kind of more abstract. That's what you kind of came from. And I never really got into those type of games either. And I don't know. It was all right. Don't get me wrong. I thought it was pretty decent, but I wanted more action than more planning. Maybe to some of the people out there that have never played EVE Online, best example might be the old Star Wars Galaxies. If you wanted to be a crafter, you had to, build your extractors. You had to maintain your extractors. You had to process stuff. You had a lot of extra stuff that you were doing to make items or whatever you were doing. EVE Online is exactly like that, but then also has the space combats. And so if you like that kind of management thing, I mean, this is the type of game that, if you sit there and manage your Farmville every day, this is the kind of game that's good for you, because you get the action plus you have your Farmville. So that's
Yeah.
the way I look at it.
Yeah. It's a fun game once the moment you actually know what you're doing in there. And you get involved in the corporation, you take in. To me, the biggest gripe with the game for me, apart from the actually crafting thing, is the combat in the game. I wished it was a bit more, more hands-on in a bit. Similar to what Star Trek Online has got. You can actually fly around. You can fly around in it. It's like you don't really have control in the sense, where you go. If you know what I mean.
Well, in the game, EVE Online comes across more like, I don't know if you ever played the board. There's what they call a board game, a miniature game called Starfleet Battles, where you had to allocate energy to your ship in certain areas, and then you moved, and it was a tactical game on a miniature board. That's EVE Online kind of combat. Star Trek combat, I have always said, is old-fashioned naval battles where you turn broadside, fire your blasters, turn again, fire your blasters. That's how Star Trek Online and the Star Trek miniature game was like. And then you have Star Wars, which has always been fighter combat. It's actually not ship combat, it's fighter combat. Which is dogfighting, and that's what Star Wars has always been, is dogfighting, which is why it's a lot more exciting. Dogfighting is just a lot more exciting just in and of itself, because it's over fast. Especially nowadays, when you just shoot some four missiles and they go off in the distance, you never see the guy the four planes you just took out. But still, it's more World War II dogfight is what it was based on when George Lucas did it. Star Trek, like I said, was designed along the lines of the old-fashioned naval battles. EVE Online's even a step back from that in a lot of ways, and is not only it's also the allocations and allocating everything and getting I need this here and I need so many energy points here to do this and so many energy points here to do this. It's that next step back. Starfleet Battles, by the way, is Star Trek based, but it's based on a cartoon show, by the way, the old one. But that's how that played out, and that's how EVE plays out to me. I mean, looking at it in my old wargamer mindset.
And to be honest, it's quite impressive how EVE Online managed to keep themselves going. I don't know if is it free to play? Is it? Has it gone free to play yet?
No.
I think it might be worth them actually going free to play, because they probably lost a lot of people over the years, and for them, I would say it might be worth looking at joining the trend of free to plays. What do you reckon, guys? Do you reckon it would be worth them going free to play?
I don't know. I think even if it went free to play, I think a lot of people still have a trouble kind of adapting to it, because it is, it's still such a time-consuming game. I'm pretty sure people who used to pay for it and stuff, I'm sure they would go back for pay to play, but or for free to play. But for anyone wanting to try it new and everything, I think it would be too overwhelming. as far as a free-to-play goes. And not only that, but with the type of things that go on in there, like I'm pretty sure anyone who's, knows anything about EVE, they've seen the stories over the years about the people who, like, scam their freaking, like, their guild or whatever out of those, like, money and stuff like that. And, like, the developers and stuff actually encourage that because it's, like, real-life stuff. So they just let that go, and I think that would kind of really deter a lot of people, like, looking to try it.
Yep. So moving on, Runes of Magic, Souls of the Past launched. The Runes of Magic team has announced that the latest update has been successfully deployed, called Souls of the Past. The patch introduces players to a new zone and a new high-level raid dungeon. The new zone is called Tegothan Bay and pits players against the island ruling family. Tegothan Bay features a new level cap, new quests, various tokens and recipes. What do you think, guys? Runes of Magic, new update?
I haven't really looked at Runes of Magic too much.
Dave?
I've never really even looked at Runes of Magic, to be honest with you. It just never appealed to me, so I'm kind of out on this subject.
Funny enough, I did for a little while, for the littlest whiles. I gotta say, it was the one thing that did kind of appeal to me is the dual classing. I gotta say that's probably one of the first ones I seen do dual classing, where you can actually be like a mage and a warrior at the same time. But the other thing is, you couldn't be a mage warrior at the same time. You got to switch between, similar to what the dual specking in WoW, where you switch between. But in this one, it was like dual classing. They did have the fortress battles. That was quite funny, which was quite fun as well. But it wasn't on the scale of what Dark Age of Camelot had. But it was a fun game. It was, you could say, it was the free-to-play version of World of Warcraft. But the one thing that kind of did ruin the game for me, that during my time there was a lot of people, because it was free-to-play, and still is free-to-play now, that people go in there looking and seeking out people to actually get hold of their email addresses, and they would actually go and try and get them. I don't know if they looked at the game as some form of dating ritual or some kind of thing, but some really freaky people in that game. But that was my experience. But I've never played the game long enough to say what Tegothan Bay is, so for me to comment on this, I couldn't.
Yeah.
So I think it's best to move on from Runes of Magic in our sense. DC now is moving from one to the other, which I think three or four of us have played. DC Universe Online. Basically, Smedley tweets a major turnaround in statistics. The good news for DC Universe Online continues to roll in, as Sony Online Entertainment President John Smedley recently tweeted some illuminating statistics on the game's growth since the switch over to the free-to-play. The concurrency is up to 1,000% from the free-to-play, and player base is growing at 6% per day. 700% increase in daily revenue. That's 47% on PC and 53% on PS3. Over 85% of logins are returning players, and additional character slots and Vanguard of the Evans character skins are the most popular items in the shop. What do you think, guys? DC Universe Online, these stats that are coming out for it?
I don't know. Like, I played DCU, and I don't know. It was alright, but I had more fun with the character customization than really anything else. Like, I really didn't enjoy the actual gameplay too much. But I mean, it is in general, it's a pretty good, superhero MMO and stuff. And for them to go free to play and actually be doing, this well it's pretty nice.
Yeah, the thing is, the one thing I'm going to say, I don't know why they keep looking at stats like this. The last thing they said at one point there was, I think it was like 1 million new subs since they went free to play. And the thing is, they keep looking at these stats as if like it's something for them to celebrate in. The thing is, the players are coming in because it's free to play, means that they can come in at any time. Now, if they're returning players, then that means that they're probably checking out the characters that they had, see how much has changed. But how many of those players are actually going to keep on playing? Guys.
I don't know. I guess it would be fun for little kids. I don't know. Or I shouldn't say that, but
funny how you say it with the music in the background.
Well, I had a Sith Lord talking to me. I played DC Universe. I got 2 characters up to max level, which is only 30, which was a problem, by the way. When we come back to this a lot in these type of conversations, the game, when you hit the end game in DC Universe, it requires you to grip. You can't do anything. I mean, you really cannot do anything unless you're in a grip. I don't know, all these new people subscribing, the graphics, I have to say the graphics are probably the best graphics of any MMO out there, considering the subject matter. It looks like you are playing inside Justice League, Unlimited on the Cartoon Network, except with CGI characters. It looks better than even the new CGI Green Lantern show that they're going to be coming on, that's on the Cartoon Network, that's coming to the Cartoon Network. It looks better than that. It is beautiful. You will throw your controller through your monitor at level 30. It's just not happening. And so, I mean, like I said, I got 2 characters up to level 30, which was cool. I mean, I thought the storyline was good. I thought the quests are really nice. When you hit that end game, you're going to get frustrated. So all of these new people, let's see what happens when they hit level 30. That being said, it is probably the only MMO out there that is truly out there for the PS3 in any game console. Really, when you get down to it, PS3 players should pick this game up. Period. It's worth it. It's especially since it's now free to play. I mean, you still have to buy the box or whatever, but it's worth every penny for a PS3 player. I would seriously warn the PC players that unless you have an Xbox controller, you're not going to do as well, and you're definitely not going to do as well in a PvP situation that they have. The little arenas or whatever that they do.
Yeah.
You're just not going to do well enough. You need the game controller. It is designed for the game controller. Once you figure out the controls on the game controller, that's the way to play it. But if you're a PC player, I would say I would hesitate to buy it.
I agree.
Console, buy it.
I think the game was kind of created in they probably won't admit it, but I say it was probably more in mind for the console, being the PS3. I think that's what probably is intended for. But they probably thought, well, do it for a PC as well, considering that PC is renowned for MMOs. So, I think, going back to these stats, I think they got to stop looking at these stats too much, as a way as giving them, reason, or give them some more, but I don't know, stroking their egos in a sense, because these players are not going to keep on playing this game, because once they get to level 30, they're going to go away, because like the way it is in MMO, sometimes you just get bored so quick. The moment we get like an hour's worth of play, we enjoy it in all 7 hours later, we've had enough. You know, and I think that, yeah, I think if PS3 get it, PC, no. So, moving on.
Agreed.
So, you guys agree with that? I know Justin said he agreed.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, well I was the one that made the point. Yeah.
So we're good. All right.
We're good. We're moving on to the the show. The part that we... Right, moving on, guys. This is the MMO Roundtable. Now, this is a part of the show that we take an MMO title or an aspect from the MMO market, where we did free-to-play once. We did Star Wars: Your Republic last week, but tonight we're doing it again. Now, the reason for this is not because we want, because we enjoy it. Hey, I can tell you, I can be here all day telling you how much I enjoy it. But the reason for this is because what's going on right now this weekend, guys?
Beta.
Beta weekend.
Something broken? Oh no, I'm just fine.
Very.
It's the beta weekend. Now, basically, what the beta weekend is done is allowed. It basically BioWare have sent out a lot of beta invite codes to people who, they want to test the servers out, but they've done it in masses, and basically all 4 of us are in beta. So I thought, well, let's do it this weekend again, so that we can have more of a meatier discussion. And I mean meatier. So, to start this off, to literally dissect the Old Republic. So if I go to you, Dave, first. Now, before you even tried the beta, what was your perceptions on the Old Republic?
Okay. Before I actually sat down and tried the beta, I was hearing noise from certain individuals that were in the beta about flaws in the game. Primarily the flaw of the fact that the server, that you have a self-contained storyline. There's no real way of grouping. There's no world PvP. I was hearing a lot of this, and in early betas, probably that was the case because they didn't have everything in there. Then, when I got to play for 4 hours 2 weekends ago, and then I've been able to play pretty much every class up to about level 8, 9-ish in the current weekend because of the 3 days. I started on Saturday. So this is my 3rd day right now. I'm playing it off to the side while we're talking here. It's definitely a game that I'm enjoying. It is very much like playing Mass Effect. But you have others to play with, others to talk to. There are dungeons that you group up for. There are other areas you can group up and do each other's quests and help each other out. You're not separated out. There's no mentoring system, so once somebody outlevels you and is on a completely different planet, you're not going to be able to group. But the PvP, all the PvP I've been watching, because I've been watching multiple casters on Twitch casting, like Togrim and Towley and Pocket, and there's a 4th one, and now it's going to escape me, and it's going to feel bad.
Dizzy,
I'm
probably.
not going to mention them. No, I actually never watched Dizzy. But it just.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's not gonna like that.
Yeah, no, Dizzy's gonna kill me for that. But he's been playing it when I haven't been watching. That's just the reason why I haven't watched Dizzy. I like the game. I mean, there's no way around it. I like it. I think it's a good game. It's more fun to me than Skyrim. And I bought Skyrim, and then of course I got the beta, and then I played Skyrim right after that, and it's like, can I go back to the beta for that 4 hours I played in that beta is a lot more enjoyable to me than Skyrim is. So, that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, so, Justin, what about you? Before you actually played the beta, what was your perceptions?
Oh, wow, you're really gonna make me go there. All right.
I'm gonna make you go there. I'm gonna make you eat your words.
All right. Shut up. It's cool. I mean, I don't have a problem. I mean, I said that I would fess up to it. You know, I will. You know, it's cool. Basically, before I played the beta, I went off of basically videos and screenshots that I had seen, and I was worried about a couple things, you know, combat system and all that, and, you know, how it would actually play, how smooth it would be. You know, I was worried about these things, and, you know, how the PvP would work, especially with Hutball, with the combat system that they chose. But after, you know, playing it through the weekend, like, I got in on Friday, and you know, when I first started playing it, I was like, oh, you know, it's just another MMO. And then I started, you know, getting more and more time into it, and seeing, you know, the story and the choices and stuff and how they affect you and all this different, you know, different things. I tried some of the PvP and everything, and, you know, my whole outlook on the game now is completely different. Like, I actually enjoyed it. I think within the first day, I think the servers went up Friday at 10 a.m. Central Time. I hopped on it at like 10:05, you know, that morning, and I think I stayed on to it until like 2 a.m. in the morning. So, I mean, you know, I played the Bounty Hunter. You know, the Bounty Hunter was pretty cool. You know, I enjoyed him. You know, got him, I think, the first day I got him up to, I think, like level 16, 17. Like, I went really hard into it, and I enjoy it. I mean, I think it's a good game, and I'm actually going to be picking it up. Most likely, there's like a 95% chance I'm getting it. But yeah, and I mean, there's just, like, the whole story is incredible. You know, it's a lot better than I thought it was. You know, playing through different characters, because I played, like I said, a Bounty Hunter first, and then made a Sith Inquisitor, and then seeing how different that story was and everything like that. You know, even in some of the areas where you have the same access as a previous character to the, you know, certain quests, they interact with you completely differently, and it's pretty unique.
Yep. What about you, Solar? What was your perceptions before? Now, what was your perceptions before? You know, you playing the beta. What was it?
At first, when I first learned about the game, it was this last summer that I really started getting into it. I looked into it more, and I liked it, and I was hyped up about it, and then, you know, I did everything I could to get myself involved in it, and then, you know, things just took too long, and I was playing different games, and I just kind of, you know, drifted away from it, and then I started seeing more content being released as it progressed. And I didn't think I would like the combat system. I didn't think that it was going to be good at all. I thought it was going to be terrible, actually. And then I got the beta and looked at and played it, and I played a Inquisitor, Warrior, and a Agent, and they were all great, but I'd have to say that the Inquisitor is the best. I love the PvP. I'm more of a PvP person anyway, but I love the PvP in this game. It's great. Just the fact that they put a ball in this in the PvP it's awesome.
Yeah, for me, go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, you know, that I saw this game way back last year. You know, and basically I thought, you know, I said outright then, I'm not going to play this game. Simple fact, I came from World of Warcraft. I've had enough, you know. And basically, I don't want to play another MMO for a while, and especially the way that I was seeing some content being released on the Old Republic. I said, I'm not playing it. And I guess I made an invite then early on. I think it was back in June. I got an invite.
Don't you hate eating your words?
I know, this is one thing about it. And I got a beta invite. I thought, well, am I going to actually, you know, am I going to download it? Am I going to play it? And you know what? I did. Because you know what? I had enough of Carter. Carter only kept me for like a week. And I was gone. So basically, I had nothing to play. Alright, I was playing Aeon, not Aeon, playing Rift for a while, between there and June. But between there and June, Rift kind of died out for me. I thought, well, I want something that's going to grip me. I want something that's going to, keep me alive. So I thought, well, I'll check out the Old Republic and see what's going on here. And I joined it, I got it, downloaded it, at my own words by saying I'm not going to play it. And I got into it, and I got to say, from what I was saying from back there was a lot of problems with the game. Even though it was way back in beta anyway. One of the things that concerned me is what I was saying, that it was the actual splitting off, the segregating of the story to the rest of the MMO community, It was basically that at the time, unlike in there right now, where it's actually based on the NPC, but it was actually the whole section back then. Now, that was probably because they wanted to test the story first, to get that down key. But that was my concern, that I thought I was going to keep it like that. But as the beta went on, I noticed the thing come together, and for me now, I've actually, at my own words, I'm actually gonna shit on them as well, and I'm gonna literally say I'm getting this game, and this is probably gonna be my main game until a certain other one that comes out in April.
Expansion.
Oh. So basically, to start this off, start getting into this. I started off with a Sith warrior. I went Marauder because I didn't kind of want a tank. So I thought, well, I'd be like a DPS type melee class. So I picked the Sith warrior, and I gotta say, I'm enjoying it. So what about you, Sola? What are we going for your first class? What is the class that you're going for?
Inquisitor Assassin.
What do you think of it?
I think it's the best.
Dave?
I resolved early on that if and when I was going to play this game, I was going to play the tank, because I'm the healer. I was a healer for 7 years on World of Warcraft, and by God, I want to play a tank. So I'm going just Juggernaut. But when I played the game, when I started playing the game, I actually went Imperial Agent, because I felt that was going to be probably the class I would be playing last, and it's going to be my second class, because the storyline on it is just too good.
What about you, Cosmic?
Originally, my first class was going to be the Bounty Hunter until me and Solar made the Sith Inquisitors and started doing, running those together. So he said he's going Inquisitor Assassin, and I went Sorcerer, and I actually enjoyed the Sorcerer, so probably going to go the Inquisitor Sorcerer.
So both Inquisitors, just two different branches.
Yeah, and I mean, grouping together, we really weren't sure. Sure, you can't do your class, storyline as a group, but we actually did pretty well. The grouping stuff actually worked pretty well with everything else. When you have your general quests and everything, we actually found something out that I thought was awesome. We were on, what was it, Doman Koss or something like that?
Drummond Goss.
Drummond
Yeah,
Koss.
That's where we started.
And, it was right when you get off, we were, I was kind of straggling behind, I was killing stuff, and he went up and he went to turn in, and I got this little pop-up, right? It says, leave conversation or hollow call. And I was like, no fucking way. And I clicked it, and my dude just hollow called in for the quest return, for the dialogue thing. I was like, that is amazing. I was like, this game right there, boom, sold. That sold it right there.
Yeah, the thing is, this game's got those. What it counts is that the little things also counts. Things like that. It's the things that grip you, and for me, being the Marauder, being the DPS guy, I'm gonna be in your face, kicking your ass. I'm gonna beat you up, And I gotta say, the Marauder is deadly. Especially the moment I get the full rage up and I get, I think it's something like 16 stacks of fury. And I can hit my rage. And basically I can literally dish out some damage with that. So what about you guys damage with your classes? Solar?
Damage is great. I like the fact that I can use a double-sided lightsaber, mess some people up physically, and use some electricity as dots and other burst damage. That's great. I love it. I can go stealth too, and when I go stealth, my companion goes stealth.
Justin?
I love the damage online. Like, you know, not only the damage, like, I love the stuns and everything that my person has. Like, oh my god, it's amazing. It's so fun just stunning people and then just nuking them. It's awesome.
Damage wise, you know you are tanky, Kangas.
Well, I haven't gotten to a point where I really see a lot of difference in damage and stuff. I will say this though, the Sith Inquisitor, their companion is just rocks. I love that guy.
Yes, Kim Ball is a boss.
Kim Ball is just amazing. I looked at this guy and I you know, because I did play an Inquisitor in the game and got to a point where I got Kim Ball, and just talking with Kim Ball and just listening to him, I turned around at one point in time because I had a buddy here when I was playing, and they said, he goes, wait a minute, that sounds familiar. And I go, I know. It's lines that you would expect from a Klingon in Star Trek.
Excluding the eating part, I swear, every time I get in a conversation with somebody and Kim Ball gets involved, he's like, can I eat him, please?
It's like, dude, chill out, man. It's like, you'll be fine.
And there's this one part where we talk to the cyborg dude, and Kim Ball's like, I don't want to eat him, he's more metal than human, it's not good for digestion.
Yeah, he's more metal than meat, he's like, not good for digestion. We're like, lol.
Yeah, total companions, go on.
No, the companion for the Imperial Agent, by the way, is the most bloodthirsty individual I have ever met. Can I kill him? Or are we getting paid to kill him? Somebody? Are we getting paid to kill somebody? It's like, oh my god.
I mean, the way they have the companion system set up is just amazing. Like, you know, you get to whatever level and, you know, they give you some stuff to kind of, you know, you get to basically choose a look and a style for your companion, you know, and then you can add armor, and, you know, you can actually change their weapons and stuff like that to them. So you do have the customization for your companion, which I think is amazing, because, you know, you don't really see that.
Especially, you know, having a companion anyway is strange to an MMO, you know. But these guys have brought her in, and I gotta say, it's it. I'm enjoying it. And me as a Sith Marauder, I've got Veti, you know, the chick that's always going boom. Every single time, she's always visit. We go into Dome and Cass. You know when you go to taxiing over to the other side, what do you call it? Go to the main area. We got all the daffs. Well, basically, every time, the moment you enter that big room, that big circular room, and you got that big green monitor right in front of you, she'd always make this comment by saying, every time you enter this room, those lights give me an headache.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
She will always make it. I got, you know, she's always flirting every single time that. I don't know if your companion does this, guys. Does your companion always make comments the moment you do a quest dialogue?
It depends. But yeah, usually they interject somewhere along the line.
Yeah, with the bounty hunter, you get that Mako chick. She's basically like, she was working intelligence for you guys' little bounty group or whatever, you know? You know, so she's just like, you know, a smart bounty hunter, pretty much. Yeah, she kind of does that every now and then.
She's the otaku of bounty hunters. She's a bounty hunter fangirl. as
But,
when
I
she
mean,
comes across
like-
to me. But it's one of those things that it's really, really useful because she knows everything. But she's got to explain it like, well, like how Kim Pine explains things sometimes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kimmy, I have to bring that up.
She even here. Came here. But anyway, funny how we mentioned companions story in the game and the PvE, the story. Before I make my word, Solar, what do you think of this? You know, when you came into the game, story-wise, when you picked your class, what did you think for the first 10 levels?
The first 10 levels, I loved the way that they don't give you a story in Star Wars. I mean, you make your story. That's what I like about it. The way that you interact with everything around you, and like just the way, like whatever you pick, your companion has a say in it. Either he'll like it or he'll hate it, and he'll decrease rep. I like it, but a little bit buggy, but it's okay. It's beta.
Justin, story for the first 10 levels?
I do gotta say it was interesting, because, I was expecting a story, because it's BioWare, and anyone who's played Mass Effect knows that that's like BioWare's thing. But I wasn't expecting the whole companion thing, because I made my bounty hunter first, and, I was kind of just going through, the quest and everything, at the beginning, and then, next thing you know, I got, Mako as a companion, and, they kind of just tie into your story pretty much as well, that, and, some of them, I believe, have, like, their own, small story as well, so it's pretty interesting how they kind of combine it like that, and it just kind of melds together. It's pretty nice.
Dave? First 10 levels?
Okay. I kind of went in and said, okay, it's going to be the standard stories, and they turned out really not to be. It really depends on the character. The Imperial Agent, you're immediately on a mission. You're right there. Bam! You're on the mission. The Bounty Hunter, we're going to try to get you into the Great Hunt. We've got the support team, and we're going to try to get you into the Great Hunt. I don't want to spoil too bad, but this is the first thing right off the bat. It's in the scroll text. So I'm not going to spoil too bad here. You start out as a slave when you're the Inquisitor. You start out actually as an Academy member if you go with the Warrior. It's very similar. The Counselor and the Guardian are what you kind of expect from them. But then the Smuggler has a story twist right at the very beginning, which makes you interested in the Smuggler. I really didn't get a chance to play the Trooper too much, but between all of that, the thing is that the stories really hooked me, especially, like I said, the Imperial Agent and the Inquisitor were the two that really got me, and then the Smuggler being the third one, just because their storylines start. Okay, the Inquisitor is, you're a slave, but it's more than that. The Imperial Agent, you're impersonating somebody. Well, just from the back of your mind, the guy's going to walk in on you at some point in time, the guy you're actually impersonating. You just know that's going to happen. And you're sitting there through the first 10 levels waiting for it to happen. When's he going to show up? So you have a lot of things going on, and I like it. I mean, I think they did a really good job. It makes you interested in your character. I wish you had the two that disappointed me the most were the Counselor and the Guardian, because they started out too standard for what I expected. The other ones did not. There's a twist in every single one of those along the way. Unfortunately for the Sith one, you don't understand the twist until you're at a level 7, level 8. It's kind of vague to you until you get to that point.
Yeah.
And that's where it gets. That's where the storyline picks up on that. So it starts slow but builds. The Inquisitor and the Imperial, you're right in the story right off the bat, and so with the Smuggler, you're right into it right off the bat, and those make it fun.
Yeah, for me, start off as a Sith warrior. You know, I can try not to spoil too much. I know if Dizzy's listening to this, he probably shoot me down for this. You know, starting off, you go see the Lord. That's in the temple, and you know you're going through, and you know you're thinking this is going to be normal. You know, you're thinking this is going to be no twists. You know, you go kill all these, go find your lightsaber, and then as you go to about 6, 7, you find out that the person you just been obeying and trying to get on side with, you go meet the Darth. You gotta go kill that person. You know, and you just realise, being the Sith warrior that you were, doing as much as you done all the way up to 6 to 7, that somehow somebody's caught your eye. You know, and all of a sudden you kill. This is where the plot twist comes in. You kill that person, and then you go and actually be apprentice with one of the Darths, which is spoiling it a little bit for everybody who doesn't want to listen to this. But yeah, what about you guys? Story, plot twists. How they were done, plot twist ways. Dave?
Yeah.
Go on, Justin.
The Sith assassin or Sith Inquisitor, basically. I like how when you're doing your trials, or your tasks for this overseer, which is total dickhead, and he has like this one other person that's basically your rival when you're learning. I like how that little, you know, tension between the two is a good thing, and then pretty much at the end, when you pretty much overmatched your rival in every way and the overseer just hates your guts, he basically takes the thing away from you and gives it to his little student, and then the boss over the Darth chick, or the Dark Lord chick, comes in and is like, well, so what happened? Blah, 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 blah. And then the student tries to lie and tells him that, you know, he got the artifact and not you. So she comes back and, you know, and basically just shocks him to death, and he's dead, and that's only you. I thought it was pretty cool.
What about Justin? What do you think plot twists with your characters?
Oh, there's... I mean, I played Inquisitor, so, you know, like, that was my second one. That was, you know, pretty much what Solar was just saying. But as far as the Bounty Hunter goes, there was some pretty crazy stuff, you know. Don't really want to, you know, go too much into it, you know, because let everybody find out for themselves.
Yep.
But I do have to say, like, a good thing and a bad thing that I did actually find about the game is, a good thing is, you know, something that you don't really see in too many MMOs is, like, scale-wise. You feel like the scale is either, like, you know, it's like it might be a little bit too small, and that it could be, you know, the scale could be a little bit bigger, you know, for like the environment, you know, the buildings and stuff like that. But, you know, when you get, you know, a ship or whatever, and like, or you go into like the hangars or something, or whatever, like the shuttle places, you get a real sense of, you know, the game. Like, you get really into it, and you're like, oh wow, because you actually feel like they got a proper scale for it, you know, because the hangars are these massive, you know, rooms and shit, and you get the scale. You know, so that's a good thing I found out, about it that I actually liked. And one of the things I know Stolar's like, oh god, you're going back to this, that I didn't like, that I do hope they fix on release, is that it has to do with the PvP, and that is the way they set it up with
the brackets.
Who's in the battlegrounds or whatever, or in the war zones. They don't have a bracket system, for like a level range or whatever, like they probably should. Basically what they do is they basically just throw like whoever in there, and they just balance everyone's health and damage out. And at first, like when you're hearing about it, it sounds like, oh yeah, why is that a problem? Well, you think about it, Perfect example that I'll give you guys is, I was a level 14 Sith Inquisitor. They were like a level 24 Jedi Sage, and they had more abilities to me, or more abilities, on their character than I did to actually use on me. So it's like, who do you think is going to win that one?
Yep.
So
they need to really, the PvP side of it. They need something down where they can comfortably say, we're going with this, and they do need something for that to stop the imbalance. If you're going to RP everybody in, then at least make it easier for, make it balanced in the sense that the people who are lower levels out in the world have a chance against somebody who is 50, say for example. Even though he probably have less skills than him, but when he makes a hit, it's gonna count. Otherwise, there's no point in them being there. You guys agree?
Yeah, I didn't play very much PvP in the game, so maybe I'm a little. I understand the reasoning actually of why they did what they did, but again, it's a beta. It's to get more people into the PvP, and so you don't have to sit and wait for queues.
Yeah.
That's really what the reasoning behind it is. There have been a lot of people, a lot of those casters I mentioned earlier, that have complained about this, that the lack of abilities does still disadvantage them, even if the hit points are matched up. So we'll see if they make a change on that. There's been enough complaining out there by everybody I've seen that I can definitely. Whoops, sorry about that. That they may do something about that, but we'll have to see.
Yep. So, do you want to comment on that?
Well, the PvP?
Yep.
I think it's good the way it is. I can kill people. I die. So what?
Straight and simple.
know what you were saying the other day?
I'm sorry, I'm good at PvP.
Yeah. You were saying the same thing I was doing.
Yeah, the other thing, funny thing is, going back to the story part, how many of you actually did the 10 to 20 story?
I did on my bounty hunter. I got to 20 on my bounty hunter and then stopped and made the Inquisitor.
Well, for me, and this is the one thing that the thing is, the plot twists don't stop at between 1 to 10. It carries on. The thing is, I don't know if you guys remember that. I don't know if you guys had this quest on Drummond Cass, where you had to go to that renegade lord his estate.
I got that quest.
Yeah.
I got that quest. You know what's funny about that quest? My character got stuck in a glitched bridge where you accept that quest from that officer, and I can't play anymore on that character. My game crashes completely. So as soon as that happened on my Sith Inquisitor, I was pretty much done with the beta.
Well, for me, once I actually, without any glitches for me, apart from the odd lag spikes coming in, fair enough, lag spike. You go fight that Lord Grasham, whatever, I can't remember his name. Basically, you go in there, you got to fight him, and you come across his wife, you know, and his son, without spoiling too much, you know, and there's a plot twist with that. Then you go thinking you're finding Rogue Gresham, plot twist again. Now, once you're done with that whole quest line, the moment you go and get your ship on as a Sith warrior, whether it be a Marauder or the Juggernaut, I don't know if you come across this yet, Dave, but you find out that the guy that you killed back in his estate is not the guy who you was turned out to be. So you end up having this epic fight in the on the Imperial fleet with Lord Gresham in the hangar, waiting for it to get on your ship.
Yeah, actually, I saw that when I believe it was Tally was broadcasting when I was watching.
Yeah, I got to that point, and I gotta say it was hard because he isn't, you know, basically come across with some of these elites that some of them are silver, so some of them you can probably beat them pretty easy. But this one was an actual proper elite, and I had med packs. I had to rely on my companion to tank it for quite a bit, and that gripped me. That in, I said, right, they must have something like this going all the way through the game. That was probably like an introduction thing, even though it's for the ship, you know, going for the game. What do you think, guys, of ships in your Republic? Good thing, bad thing?
I think they're awesome. Like, I like the way they have them set up. Like I was saying earlier, the scale. I think they got the scale down. I know the bounty hunter ship was actually pretty cool, and when you're going from planet to planet, there's really not a loading screen. Like, because you know, you go to your galaxy map on your bridge or whatever. You know, you choose wherever system you want to go to, and then your planet, you click travel. You can actually stand there, look out your window, and actually see it go into like the hyperdrive shit.
that is something, and I gotta say, I wasn't expecting that. You know, in the sense that you can actually sit in the chair and look out the window and see the hyperdrive kicking, and you can see you zoom in to your destination. And the one I got is the Sith War. It's quite big. I'm gonna say the ship is I think it's called. I'll get the name for you in a minute, but basically it's got a med bay on there. It's got the big main hollow pad thing in it. It's got two hollow sections. It's got its own captain's quarters in there. We basically got my own storage locker. I got the front pilot in here, where basically there's an actual fleet PvP area in there. Where I don't know if you, I'm pretty sure you guys got this, where you can actually see where all the ship combats are taking place, and then basically you got the two seats in the front. Have you guys got that?
Yeah.
All the Sith get the same ship, no matter if they're Inquisitor or Warrior.
Yeah, but they don't. Bounty hunters get different ones, though, don't they?
Yeah, bounty hunters got different things, but yeah, like might be a slightly different setup, but I think the basis thing is for like the little galaxy map. You know, you got your galaxy map. You know, you got your main window. You got your two seats. You know, and then you got your little like radio thing, pretty much there on the dash almost, that you use for your like ship battle things.
Yeah, and go on.
Ship battles, definitely not what I was expecting. I was expecting
Fun?
something a little more spectacular.
Oh.
Well, you actually did the ship battles?
Yeah, I did one of them.
Ship battles, from everything I've seen, has been universally said to be the worst part of the game.
Yeah.
So,
It was
so
probably one of the
hopefully
most
they will.
uneventful.
Yeah, hopefully they'll take that into account.
Yeah, they should do, because Star Wars is a big time of math as well. That's what it's about. That's why it's called Star Wars. But did you expect ships in this game though? Did you think you have your own ship? And for the matter of fact, do you think you can invite your friends on your own ship?
I was kind of expecting, you know, in the back of my mind, you know, that there was going to be ships. I wasn't for sure until they actually announced it. But after they announced it, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, you know, kind of seen it coming, you know, because it's Star Wars.
Yeah.
But as far as the whole getting people on your ships and stuff like that, I actually did not expect that. I think you were in here when I think I asked you about it. Well, she was like, you know, can we do this? And you were like, yeah. So we tried it out, and come to find out, you can, but you both have to own your own ship in order for to go on the other person's. So that's like the one little restriction thing that they have there, which isn't too bad.
It's not too bad because if you think about it, if you're gonna let level 3s on your ship, you can take them anywhere in the galaxy. You know what I mean? Give them taxi rides to a certain location. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do that. I drop them off. Like, here you go. Here's your place. We're like,
Pay my money.
This isn't Droman Cost. This is wherever. You're like,
This is Jedi Homeworld.
Really?
There you go. Enjoy yourself.
Just kill level 35. Like, I don't know. You'll figure it out, won't you?
Wait, why is this planet so cold? I didn't think Roman Cast was this cold.
Talking about Drum and Cast and the planets, let's go talk about those. What do you think of, you know, the terrain, the environments of, you know, the starting areas? I don't know. Where did you start, Justin, for your bounty on it?
Alright, for the Sith side, Korriban was pretty cool, you know, kind of like your little desert place, you know, with like ruins, you know, tombs and shit. It was pretty cool. For Bounty Hunter, started on Hutta, was kind of a swampish, kind of marsh land, you know, slight forest. Those starting zones, they were actually both pretty interesting. They both had their own little things about them. I actually enjoyed both of them. The one place that I got to that I didn't enjoy was not a starting zone. It was like a level 20 to whatever questing area that I despised. Just because of the monsters there, but other than that, the environments were good. Oh, I can't remember the name. It was like the third planet. It was like right after Droman Kos.
I know what you're thinking of.
I don't even know. I don't even remember what the hell the name of it was.
Yeah, because I had to fly out from Drum and Cast with my ship. So, I know you're thinking of. What about you, Solar? Starting out? The environments.
I loved Korriban. I love that they brought it back to where the Sith originally started. Well, the Sith race anyway. That's another thing I wanted to ask you guys. What race are you guys going to go?
Good question for me, is because I can't remember the one I'm with. I'm the one with the spikes on the head. Yeah, remember Darth Maul in the first one?
Darth Maul guy.
Yeah, that's me. I'm red on the face. Black black face paints.
Tattoos, yeah.
Yeah. I actually came to the conclusion last night.
What's it called, Dave?
I am going to be making, when I make my Inquisitor, I am going to make him Sith. Because I made a Twi'lek, and they can't wear hoods, and I'm like, nope, sorry, that's a no-go right there. I gotta have a hood.
Yeah. Dave, what about you?
Which character?
Well, the first one.
Your first character.
Is Sith.
He's a Sith.
Sith pureblood.
Yep, that's what I'm going to. Chick.
Yep.
Sith chick, is it?
Yep.
Okay. Now that we're on the topic of the whole chick thing, okay? The reason why, like, I even decided last night I'm gonna make a chick character. The reason for that is because they end up looking a lot cooler. Because if you actually go into the customization and you look at all the different choices for the different things, you know, hairstyles and all that stuff, for, you know, comparing the females to the males have a lot more choices in theirs. Like, a lot more. I think there was like 23 to 25 hairstyles for the guys, but there was like, I think, close to 50 for the females, so you got the like 25 difference there. It's like, oh my gosh.
I've noticed as well. I actually went and made a female Jedi Knight, and I gotta say, when you, I gotta see what they like on the Empire. But for the Jedi Knight chicks, you can make. I noticed. I don't know if BioWare are perverted a little bit, but have you seen the shape of their asses a little bit? You seen their butts? I mean, on what they done with them?
On the fourth skins, when you do the body shape of the fourth one, oh my goodness, yes.
BioWare must have something in mind for that.
Looks like the cantinas are going to be rolling.
That's the other thing as well. Talking about cantinas. What do you think of the actual? Let's talk about Drome and Cass, for example. Since we're on Empire, what do you think of it? To me, I think it's a nice city. The way they designed it. What do you think, guys?
The Drome and Cos Cantina?
No, the actual city itself. The way they designed.
Ooh, Cos City. I like that city. I think it's not really confusing, like, I think the way they have everything set up, where everything is, I think it's pretty cool, and I love how the Citadel and stuff like that, you take the little taxi thing over there, just like you'd, like anyone who's seen the movies, it's kind of like the same kind of setup, so it's pretty nice.
Yep. What about Dave? Did you?
Well, I didn't really look at it except for what I've seen on other broadcasts, all the other cities. I do have to say though that they did some nice work with them, but it's always been a flaw with George Lucas cities, period, that they're one-dimensional in the terrain type that they are. He was notorious for, okay, Dagobah, swamp, Hoth, ice. In this case, Korriban, rocky, the Ewok, Endor's forest. There wasn't anything. It was forest. I mean, wasn't forest, mountains, valleys, blah blah blah. No, forest, or it's always been a flaw with George Lucas. So I can't blame the game for that. One thing that you have not brought up, though, I'm going to bring it up now because we kind of got away from the quest, but I wanted to bring up something. Some of your quests that you have in this game, you can choose light side or dark side choices.
Yes.
And there are equipment that you can get later down the road that is light side equipment or dark side equipment. Now, I have a friend who's going to be probably joining us in January because he can't quite afford it at this point in time because of Christmas. He's going to be probably joining us in January, who is going to end up the most purely Snow White Sith warrior I have ever seen in my entire life.
He's going down the good line.
That's just the way he is. He tested my account. He was over here on Saturday, so I let him go ahead and test, play a character. And he took Sith Inquisitor to try, or Sith Warrior, I should say, to try it out. And
I was about to say, Sith Inquisitor was the worst thing to do a snowball Sith for.
Yeah, well, he did it for Warrior, and we looked at the end. I looked at his character. He had no dark side points at all, and he made it to where he had vet.
He might as well turn Jedi the way he's going.
I'm like, why are you... I could just see the Sith Lord looking at him going, why in the hell did you come here?
Yeah, and that, you were talking about the equipment that requires you to have light side and dark side points. Funny enough, Kimmy, she's playing, Jedi, this weekend and stuff, and, she's going to a live game. Well, just yesterday, me and Solar were playing, Star Wars, and, she was on there as well, and she got a new lightsaber, and she's like, oh, yeah, and she's like, wait, I can't equip it, and she looked at it, and it required to have level 1 dark side, and she got it over there in, her Jedi area and stuff, and I was like, that's pretty interesting, how they do that.
Yeah, because it kind of like says, well, what kind of person are you? Are you a person who likes to be nice to people? Or are you a person who doesn't mind killing everybody in sight?
Yeah, and from what she was saying, it was a really good. It was a lightsaber hilt, and from what she was saying, it was a really good one that she really wanted to use, but you know, she doesn't want to do the evil stuff, you know, which is totally cool.
Giving you
So
some
she didn't use it, and I was like, you know, that's pretty cool though, you know, that they are actually able to get those, you know, you can get those kinds of things on either side.
Well, the other thing that's nice is that you can have your friends, you know, they want to play a goody two-shoes. Well, they can play a goody two-shoes, even though they're over on the Sith side, if they want to. It allows them to do that. So now you can have people who were hesitant, Kimmy, being the one I'm thinking of myself, that was hesitant about the fact that we were going to be on a dark, you know, we were going to be Sith, and all of a sudden now Kimmy can be with us, although she's, you know, white as snow, you know, alignment-wise, she can still be a Sith.
Yeah.
She can still join us. And it's real easy, by the way, for the Imperial agent or the well, your companion will get pissed off at you if you're Snow White on an Imperial agent. But if you're Snow White on the bounty hunter, I don't think you're going to have any problems with Mako, you know, hanging around with you.
No, Mako will probably just want you even more, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And so I definitely can see where this would all end up being. So it allows the people that want to play good guys can still be good guys. They're just aligned with the bad guys in the greater overall scheme of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let me just say this now. My bounty hunter would be full of evil if it wasn't for that Mako chick just playing mind games with my bounty hunter and stuff. Like, oh god, you know, she's getting pissed off. Okay, let's just try and just make her happy so she'll be quiet. And no, doesn't work.
The funny
That's why you tell him to shut up or you kill him.
Yeah. The funny thing is that go on.
I was gonna say, it's cool because, you know, if your companions do get, you know, pissed off at your decisions you're making, you can just go to your city, go to the little, you know, companion gift dude, and just buy him some gifts to get that, you know, back up.
That came straight out of the Dragon Age book, that did, give them gifts.
Yeah, definitely.
Is that the funny thing is that Vete, the one I got, she's the type of girl that she loves going to parties. You know, I think it's every time I went to a cantina, she's always saying, "Right, time to hit the boots off and try to have some fun." You know, she doesn't mind what I'm doing. The only thing is that was it because I made her customization? She's red. She looks exactly like me. I can't remember what race I am. What races was Darth Maul, Dave?
Zabrak is
That's the one I got. The one with the...
Zabrak are the ones with the horns, right.
Yeah. That's me. So basically, I got Vete, and she's the one with the... I don't know, are they yours? Like two...
the head tails?
Yeah.
Sensory organs is what they are.
Sensory organs, are they?
Yeah.
What kind of sensory organs?
I don't know. But she is the Twi'leks were they're still built like the dancer girl for Jabba the Hutt. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Is you know, I love the customization for the companions, you know, and the story. I gotta say, you know, it's you can choose light or dark, and the actual influence you can have on the story as well. You know, the choices you can have and the way it plays out. I can remember, you know, and the way you can manipulate the story. Like for example, I can remember doing the Sith Warrior, is that you go into the temple, and just before you go see the Lord, you get this rival. I'm pretty sure you come across this whole. You get this rival come up in your face, and he's like supposed to be like the leader of, you know, the one who's basically to be eyed up for Darth Barras first, and basically, as you go through the story, you can actually manipulate him to a point you beat him. He gives you money, but then you have a choice of either let him live or kill him. So I actually manipulated him to actually getting the quest reward. Then I killed him. That's what I did, and that's what you. And it's quite amazing how they actually let you do that in the game, and you don't see other MMOs like that doing that. You know, you get that freedom of choice within the MMO. And what do you think, guys? Comparing the story of the Old Republic compared to other MMOs out there. What do you think, Dave?
I think I like it. I mean, I'm sorry. There's really no comparison.
There isn't.
Justin, we reckon no comparison, no one out there right now that can stand toe to toe with the story.
Yeah, not really. There really isn't anything. I
Not
mean,
this
some
much.
people will say like, "Oh, there's a story," and wow, it's like, you know, you only kind of see the story if you know all the lore. If you don't know the lore, then you don't see any story whatsoever, which is me.
Yeah, I agree. I think right now that the story in the Old Republic is a league above everybody else. And I think that's a good sign for the MMO, considering that if they're already a league above everybody else in the story, then all they got to do is get the combat and get the gameplay down. And I won't say this is going to beat WoW. I don't, you know, maybe go ahead in subscriber base maybe, but it's not going to kill it. Nothing's going to kill WoW. But moving on, let's go to the PvP. What do you think, guys? PvP, combat, hackball.
I like that there's no auto attack.
Yeah. I thought the PvP was actually really enjoyable. Like I said earlier, the only problem that I had with it was there's no brackets or whatever. They just try to they just try to balance everybody's health and damage out, and it doesn't work too well. So if they can fix that on release, it'll be amazing. So
I like the concept of like in other MMOs, you'll have capture the flag, or in WoW arenas. But in this, you got a ball. You can pass the ball, but you gotta get. And I like that. What do you think of that concept? Having a ball in a battleground there. What do you think, guys? Justin, what do you think of having the ball in that ball? And that concept of a way on PvP?
it's actually pretty interesting, especially how you can pass it, to your teammates and stuff, but passing it is actually kind of difficult right off the bat. It's really one of them things you have to play with to get used to, how it actually works, because, it's not targeting the player and then throwing it at them. The way they set it up, is actually, you click, they give you a little icon, you click it, and you choose a area, and basically if you don't have a teammate in that area and an enemy walks into that area where you're throwing it,
they can intercept
they
it.
can catch it and intercept it and all that stuff. So it's really interesting, and it's definitely one of them that is, it's harder to play, or to win it with, some random people, but it's not impossible. Like, some, objective games are in other MMOs. But it's still a lot of fun. I know me and Solo played a couple of matches of that, and we actually had a lot of fun, despite my complaining about, them doing brackets. But
Oh god, it was like a soundtrack.
What about you, Solo? Do you like the hackball arena?
Yeah, I do.
Do you like the concept?
Look, what'd you say?
Do you like the concept, the idea of actually having a ball in a battleground like that?
Because when I got it, I was like, okay, there's a button that just came on my action bar. What does this do? Oh, it throws it through to the other teammate. Oh, great.
Yeah, the better thing than that is that I've learned is I was actually listening to the because I was watching on another screen. I was watching Togrim from Game Breaker playing a lot because he loves football, and I noticed that if you actually listen to the announcer, and listen to the story at the beginning, it actually fits the game. It actually makes sense that there would be a competition like this because of who's running it and what in the welcome message. A lot of people just miss that welcome message.
Yeah.
Let's go on to the PvP, which is fine, but they made it a reason why it's in the game, and I like that. There's a logical reason.
I'm like, wow, we've captured the flag.
And BioWare is really good at putting, not just putting, stuff in, just, randomly, willy-nilly and stuff. Most of the time when they put something into their games, they put, a reason behind it or like a little backstory. And, with that announcer is really awesome. I mean, I played a couple games of Hutball on Friday before Solar got in on Saturday, and I joined in late after the announcer thing, and when we actually did our first Hutball game, on Saturday, I was like, oh my gosh, because I heard the announcer, I heard him, and it was actually really funny. It was really cool.
Yeah. The other thing is, right, I can see this happening is that within guilds, you can see Hutball teams being created, and you can see Hutball leagues. You could possibly see things like that. Actually, Hutball teams compete against other Hutball teams, get into a league within Star Wars.
Oh, and I bet you, we're going to have, if that actually comes about, that Blacklisted will probably try to get a team together.
They probably will. I'll be in on it.
Kind of, I don't know if that would really work, because from what I saw, I might have just missed it. But I didn't see where you could choose one specific war zone over another one. Like, I didn't see where you could just specifically go into Hutball. God, your mic, please.
So
So what?
your mic's
Oh,
up.
your mic was, like, cued. I was like, oh.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's all good. But yeah, like, I from what I saw, it was basically you just queue for PvP in general, and it throws you into a random one. Which is okay, but it would be nice to actually just queue for like Hutball.
I think that's beta though.
I think that's just the beta. I think everything I've heard and seen that you'll be able to queue for random or queue for a specific one.
Yeah, and I mean that's what I've been hearing about the whole them not having brackets and with just like the random level things trying to balance it out. I've heard about that. That's why I'm not too concerned about it. That's why I'm only saying, I hope that they fix, they change it to, actually have kind of a bracket instead of doing that. So
I won't be surprised that the version that we're playing right now is probably like a build or two behind. From the release version.
I was just saying that last night to Solar and Kimmy.
Yeah, and I won't be surprised when we see a brand new build come in for release. They better be. They better be, because if they want to fix all the bugs and stuff, get it all ready and take in all the feedback the players have been having.
Yeah.
But I tell you one thing.
I'm looking at it now because in the state that it was in with, I know, this is just some of the stuff that I encountered. While in a group, the looting bodies, the whole loot system thing kept breaking for me to where I couldn't loot my bodies. It did it about 3 or 4 times just last night alone. I had to log out and log back in, it was kind of annoying. I know with the game freezing on loading screens and stuff like that, and, it'll crash every now and then. I mean, there's a couple different things there. Especially there's some broken parts in the zone, like me and, or Solar was saying earlier with that bridge that,
Again,
crashed
stuck.
on,
Very
with the
disappointing.
way it is now, I don't see them having a really good release. That's why I'm kind of like, they've They wouldn't release it like this, I hope, anyways. You know, because it's BioWare. They usually intend to want a good product, out and stuff like that. So that's why I'm kind of like saying, they probably do have like a version or two ahead, which would be really nice.
Yeah, and expect, the one thing I can be interested to see is with a handball, if they create leagues and teams within guilds, just for that, because that itself will be interesting in an MMO community, world. So anyway, let's give it a verdict now, since we're coming to the end of the show. Buy it, try it, or not worth it. Let's go for you, Justin. Buy it, try it, or not worth it.
Start me first, so I can eat my own words. That's how it is.
That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Buy it, try it, or
I'd definitely say buy it. For my experience this weekend, despite the glitches and stuff like that, it was still a really, really fun and entertaining game.
yeah, buy it, try it, or not worth it.
Buy it.
I was like, is he gonna answer, or is he too enthralled to the game right now? It's
No, I
like,
just picked up that. So I was talking to her. No, seriously, guys, this is probably, like I said, one of... This is definitely going to be the top game for quite a while. Secret World, I hate to tell you this, guys. Secret World has got some
Work to do.
Look up to. Because this is going to be the game for a while, and when Secret Wars is going to try to tackle it as the game, they're going to have to do some work.
They're going to have to put some grease and bones into this, because they've got a lot of work on their hands. What about you, Solar? Buy it, try it, or...
I'm gonna have to say make love to it. I mean, buy it.
make love. I like that idea. Make love to it. Yeah, let's open the case on release. Put our sausage in the middle of it.
Put WT-40 in it, and should work just fine.
And we can eat it.
Just because of the fact the computer I have currently cannot stream the game, versus I can play it, but I can't, and I can play TeamSpeak, but then I can't stream it because of the overhead of XSplit. I went out Thursday for the one of the online Black Friday deals, and I have a computer coming this week that I'm going to build myself.
wow.
Just so I can play this and stream it, and have enough power to do the same thing when Secret World comes out. That I spent $1,200
Okay.
on that.
Hey,
So
that's not a definitive buy it right there.
Yeah,
God,
no.
hey, buy a
I'm
whole,
spending
like, new
not-
computer.
I'm not spending the $60 on the game. I'm spending the $1,260 on this game.
Oh,
That's crazy, dude.
so you're going for the collectors then?
Hell no. I'm sorry, anybody who bought the collectors, you're a fool. Alright? You get a mouse stripe. Oh my god, I spent $70 for a mouse stripe. Don't be stupid. Only if you're already a Star Wars collector with your entire room filled with Star Wars stuff, I should say. Mine's real small in the Star Wars. They're about equal Star Wars, Star Trek, and Doctor Who. So, yes. But if you're super into Star Wars and you have, every original Hasbro figure still in the boxes, okay, yeah, you're going to buy the damn collector set. Don't buy the collector set. Just buy the regular set. That's all you need. You get the color crystal, you get the game. That's all you need to worry about. Just have fun with it. You don't need all the other stuff is junk to me, and it's not worth $100.
It's not needed for the price. So, yep. So, from you, it's a buy it, is it? Yep. And for me, definite buy it, guys. There's no doubts about it. Even with the current bugs in it, it's... Even now, I think, even if they released it as it now, I think people would still play it, even with the bugs. But I would definitely say buy it. and soon as you can, guys, pre-order it. That's all I gotta say. Pre-order it. So moving on now. That brings an end, a close to the round table, and we're going on to the LagSpike TV. So everyone, guys, everybody in the channel, everybody listening over on the archives, if you're wondering how to find this, which you probably already have, you can go to www.lagspike.tv. On there you can find all the weekly schedules, all the streamers. You can find all the news that we've been talking about tonight, hopefully, and any other news from the other shows. You can also watch archives on here. There's an actual feature on the front page that the latest show that went live will be recorded, and you can watch it then over and over again as many times as you like. And the weekly schedule that you will find on there is tomorrow. You got is Save and Continue. That's a new one. Save and Continue happening tomorrow. Anybody know? Adam, you're in the stream.
Not sure.
Well, Nerd Junkies is tomorrow.
Well, Nerd Junkies tomorrow, but yeah, Save and Continue is 7 p.m. I imagine that's Eastern Time. Game news with Nerd Junkies tomorrow is 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Thursday is Arcade at 9 p.m. The Player's Turn with Kim Pine is at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Saturday it's Clobbering Time with New Legacy, which is a wrestling show at 4 p.m. and Major Malfunction at 9 p.m., which is a tech show at 9 p.m. Then we are at Full Circle once again, back tonight, 7 p.m. Xplosion, same time, same place, different topics. So there you are, guys. So moving on, we got a Twitter, www.twitter.com/LagSpike_TV. We got a Facebook, so if anybody uses Facebook at all, you can go to www.facebook.com/LagSpikeTV and ask a group. If you can't find that, you can always just search for the group's options. We got did I just give a Twitter? I give you Twitter, didn't I?
Yep.
Dave, do you want to give the blacklisted Twitter and the website?
Okay, blacklistedgaming.org or the-black-market.net/forums. They go to the same place, guys. There's just one button click difference. Then the blacklist twit is our Twitter, and it could be any number of people dealing with that, but we tweet as a guild. So, and then we also have our different followers in there, so please follow us. Please join us on Star Wars The Old Republic. We need more Sith. If you used to play Matrix Online and you enjoyed that PvP and you enjoyed beating up on the Merovingians or the machines, or you know the supposed good guys, you know, we're going to be on a server, just so you guys know, a lot of old MXO players are going to be on there. So if you've ever played MXO, ever played that game, come on over, join us. We're the bad guys this time. And we're going to be going up against the Furious Angels. If you guys ever went through beta and never played Matrix Online, you'll know who those guys are. They're our enemy. They're our sworn enemy as per the guild. So let's get going. The collective's going to be there as well. That's the guild I used to be in. And
the goons as well. The goons are playing it as well.
the goons are going to be playing it. We may be on the same server as the goons.
And if I turn on whatever side they're on, if I find them, I'm killing them. I'm gonna find ways to kill them, even if they are Empire.
They're going to be Empire. We want them on our side.
I don't care. I can remember them from Darkfall. I'm telling you now, right? I gotta say they are the manipulative bunch I've ever seen. But I got. I gotta say though, even though that they are gonna be on the Empire, they're gonna be quite a force to reckon with. But the only thing is, Star Wars is a different game from Eve. So to see how the goons fare out in a game like this, it'll be something interesting.
I'm actually would be more scared if the goons are in Secret World.
Yeah,
Scares me.
that scares me a little bit. So yeah, there you are, guys. Yeah, blacklisted. You know, you can, like what Dave said, you can go to the website, you can sign up, you can talk, and if you're interested in any of the titles that we got that blacklisted to be playing in Star Wars: The Republic or the Secret World, don't be afraid to sign up. You know, we're still recruiting. We're going to be recruiting for a while, and it's pretty simple. You can go straight into the welcome option, and in there is a little template on how to join. It's pretty short. It actually takes the piss really, and you can just put it in there. Interested, you can join. So there you are, guys. Is there anything? Have I missed anything in the promo? I think that's it. Isn't it? So there you are, guys. So that wraps it up for tonight. I hope you enjoyed the round table as well. Did you guys enjoy the round table?
Terrible.
Terrible, isn't it? Awful.
Thank you, Charles Barkley. Terrible. Just terrible.
All we need now is Anakin Skywalker in there giving this guy.
Oh, come join us.
What did it say?
Yep, there you go. So thank you all for watching, guys. This has been your weekly edition of Xplosion. Anybody want to say bye?
Bye.
Bye!
Get your Star Wars pre-order.
And if Jade is watching, get in the box.
Darth Vader.
Right, guys, peace out. See you all same time next week. Peace out, guys.